Ladies and gentlemen, let's verge some axioms. Or are we on the verge of an axiom? I'm not even sure at this point. And yes, make sure you vote if you haven't. Although, I got word last night that vote might be obsolete already. I've already put the vote in, so I'm going to commit to it. So, welcome to the Cathedral. That's what I'm going to call this place. I know. It's called Urkuma? I don't know how to pronounce anything in this game. I'm sorry. Apparently it's Russian. That's what I keep hearing. Cathedral of the Cell. Because you're a very clean kind of person, obviously. I mean... I guess I do have drone teleport. Literally just used it. Bumper cars here. Ah! These freaking drones. Oh wait, drone. Trace, I have seen this kind of barrier before. It requires a special key to bypass. Physical object carried by Sudrins. Okay, are you gonna apologize for killing me earlier? Trace, that was her apology. I think I'll just go look for the damn key now, thanks. Okay, so I already hate these things. Like, holy crap. I guess this answers your question, True Whisperer. Hi, Ismir Star. Can't hack them. You want to play a good game when you can play FF11? And dead. Wow. Yeah, they do a ton of damage, they home in on you, and their attacks home in on you. And there's a lot of them. Well, I'm guessing my shotgun is still my most damaging attack. Feel free to correct me on that if it... I act. Yeah, like I said, their AI is very simple. Go right for you. That's it. Oops, I didn't mean to hit that. Whatever. I'm sure there's some cheese throughout. Although I've noticed, and I don't mean this as an insult really, a lot of the enemy design in this game is extremely simple, including on bosses. Most enemies have only one, maybe two attacks, and they share a lot of AI patterns. Which, I'm not saying to insult, more like it reminds me of a first game. Right? Like, that's... Makes sense? Yes, no, okay. Yeah, where am I? Okay. Oh, hang on, let's be thorough. Yeah, then what? Of course it is. No twists of no. Something that really weirds me out, and is actually starting to worry me, is I have had multiple people on YouTube and on stream comment they can't wait for me to analyze this game. Usually that implies there's, you know, something big or deep or philosophical. I haven't gotten anything yet. Like, it's not like the story is bad. It's just, I have nothing to sink my teeth into. I haven't come up with any thoughts so far. Theory crafting I can do, but I've kind of already done that. This is clearly a multiverse situation. Like, okay. So a pattern mind is what they refer to as someone who has the ability to recode reality. Okay, sure, that makes sense. We happen to fulfill that. In fact, there's at least one person like that across each of the dimensions, each of the multiverses. Okay, that makes sense too. There's also an interdimensional thing. We'll call that the breach. That's your membrane, right? That's your astral plane equivalent. So we've got the astral plane equivalent, which is slowly seeping into the rest of the real worlds. And in at least one of these worlds, one of these guys shows Athetos. They're all called Athetos. One of these pattern minds shows up and says, okay, I've got this great idea. I'm going to go ahead and make it so that this place can be overrun with the breach. Now, I don't know why. So I have no idea what the goal is there, or what the purpose is behind allowing the breach to overclaim everything else. It is entirely possible this is one of those for the science kind of situations. I don't know. I can only speculate in a vacuum. Okay, with two on the screen at once. We'll blow a bomb. Well, that is how they seem to describe it, Benoit. And between the general aesthetic, the glitching, the rewriting reality, the fact that it all looks like code stuff. I mean, the alternative is, of course, this is just a dream. And I hope to God it isn't, because that is the most boring possible outcome for all of these events. Hello, cat. Yeah, that would be a cop-out. I'm not going to buy that. I'm going to give the writer more credit than it was all just a dream. I do not like these robots. I do not like them, Sam. I am. Screw it. I actually thought about the lightning gun. And then I hit the wrong button and accidentally used a bomb instead of the lightning gun. Okay. Didn't even see what I got. Oh, the key. Oh, cool. I figured this is a bonus item, not the mandatory progression thing. I have never played Gears of War. I've never owned an Xbox. I've only borrowed a friend's Xbox like twice in my life. Okay, that does refill bombs. I was wondering. I think Loke is the only Gears fan we have around here, and I don't see him right now. He's been wanting me to cover Gears for a while, and the answer has always been no, because I don't own an Xbox. No excuses now, I suppose. Not that I'm aware of, Noctis. In fact, I actually looked into emulating an Xbox. You know, the same way I tend to do other stuff, and nope. Well, power node, I'll take that. Probably need that right about now. So I'm going to switch back to the shotgun. No reason. Strange that some of them don't seem to be corrupting. Yeah, I noticed that, Frieza. Like, I'm not sure corrupting them did anything. Oh, I've got a bomb left. So those ones ran. I'm going to call this the Nope Room. Nope. Indestructible. Oh my god. Well, we have to have the classic character, so the kid from Cave Story. That's pretty much mandatory there. Oh, Jesus, and they're still right there. Bye. No, wait, wait, no, no! Okay, they're all dead. I'm so sorry, Mr. Ray. Just remember, we're all here for you as you recover from your horrible... What are you going to do when you catch up on the plot? Because you're not that far off from what I understand. Ah... That... Okay, I want to stress that I don't actually mean this as an insult, but that sounds like hell. Like, I did it, I beat Lotro. Now to play more Lotro. God damn, dude. Hi, Evo. Sorry I'm late. I was comforting a friend this morning. It's okay. Again, good usage of time. Yeah, the Shovel Knight, the Cave Story person, Shantae would probably qualify. Good morning, Ross. I notice there's stave points all over the place. It's almost like they knew this area was kind of bullcrap with its enemies. Still just the one enemy type, by the way. I don't think Steve actually counts at this point. Maybe have like a reference to him, but he wouldn't actually be a playable. Oh, oh, oh shoot, they followed me. I don't know how, but they followed me. Oh no, 100% Rex. This whole place screams Turian, which is funny because to my knowledge, there's a whole other area after this. I mean, it also took him 5 years, Evo. Context is key. I actually don't like cold pizza. In fact, I refuse to eat cold pizza. Microwave that sucker up or I ain't touching it. I know some people love cold pizza. I don't understand that at all. It makes no sense to me. Where are we? Hey, chill pangolin. Soon to be the new druid form. Yeah, I know. Everyone's like, oh, cold pizza. Some people prefer cold pizza. I don't get it. I do not get it. Yes, I did, Luke. We're well past that now. Double tap to teleport. Damage tiles and enemies in your path. Interesting. Not sure what that means, but I suppose I'll find out in a minute. Thank you, Chill Penguin. Always appreciate. Give me a second. I will jot that down in the document. Don't even have up right now. They're doing what, Ross? Sonic 2D. Pikmin 1. And Sly. And thank you again, Chill Penguin. Oh, comic. Okay. Wild. So, we now have the red coat. I'm going to guess allows us to do that. Yeah, did anything happen while we were off in the Delta Quadrant? No. Okay, then. Good to know. As we met Q and beat the Borg. You what? Oh, those two facts are unrelated. I just thought we'd start with the heavy stuff, you know. I mean, Endgame was written to be the final defeat of the Borg imps, which is exactly as nonsensical as most of Endgame is. Damn it, wrong button. Hello, Cat. I mean, if you count Picard as canon, then sure. I mean, Picard retcons a lot of things. Like, even fundamental things. Why wouldn't it be canon? That's a good question. Ah, thank you for checking, Eva. That is good information. I'm too high out. It's below me. Oh yeah, by the way, 7 and Chakotay are together now. Why? Don't ask questions. Oh right, Evo hasn't watched Voyager. Sorry, Evo. Yeah. How the hell do I get in here? Does Neverwinter... So, Neverwinter had a story. I think past tense really is the best way to explain that. Okay. I'm afraid you're going to say that. I need to go back to into Enemyville. Population, enemies. Why they call it that. It's not very inventive naming, really. I mean... Yeah. Ah, no, no, no. Yeah, pumpernickel. I got nothing. Nothing here visually indicates that there's anything I can interact with. There is nothing here. Yeah, it's like... That's a password. Of course it is. I don't know if Eva would like Voyager. We have to figure out an episode. We have an episode to try out TNG, right? Ensigns of Command. We have an episode to try out TOS. 2, actually. What's like the seminal episode of Voyager? What's the episode to see if someone likes Voyager? Why did the low health sound speed up? Thank you. Is cart. Yeah, it's been there for a minute. Randomly adjust its flight vector for more coverage. Meld? Well, this is a gun. I'll say, this is straight up a shoot 'em up. Projections? I could see projections. Holy crap. Okay. I mean, this appears to be the time for it, Rex. Especially since you're, you know, about to leave. I do hope the wedding goes well, speaking of which. Yep, you were right. It's an exit. Yeah, it's also true. We could go with, like, an episode of Voyager that's bad, but not, like, atrocious. You know, not Threshold. Or we can just throw them into the deep end and make them watch Threshold. Seminole DS9? Jesus, that's actually a good question. Voyager episode with good premise but flawed execution. But it's Voyager's in a nutshell. But, let's fill up the map there. I was actually thinking about the cloud. That's the reason I call it cloud effect, right? No, Voyager effect, or Voyager syndrome, excuse me, is great premise, failed execution. The cloud effect is terrible premise, great execution. I admit there's actually plenty of examples of that in Star Trek in general, and in fiction in general, but it always amused me to name both of those effects after Voyager. It's just so quintessential Voyager, you know? They found a coffee nebula. That's exaggerative. So they find a nebula, and they're trying to figure out how to, extract resources from it in order to refill, because this is at a point in time which the writers remembered that low resources was actually a plot point in Voyager. Then it turns out the nebula's alive. It's pretty dumb, but the whole nebula is one entity. It's an organism. The coffee thing is kind of a joke, admittedly. That's why I had to correct myself, because you're asking for real information. The execution, again, nothing I tell you will explain what made it good. You have to actually watch it. It's one of those situations, because that's what execution means. If I tell you that there's an episode about seeing a psychotic clown who is the manifestation of people's fears about colonizing a new territory, that sounds ridiculous. That's a damn good episode. Yeah, the Thaw was in Season 2, a strange outlier in an otherwise absolutely terrible season. So, hang on. Let me look at the map. I actually have a map up. Ion beam. That's what we call disintegration spec in Diablo 3. Hello, cat. How are you? I mean, I know you didn't care for that episode, Ross, but I still think that's at least a well-executed episode, even if you're not into it. The guy who plays Quinn, and of course John Delancey, do some great stuff, and it's actually one of the better world-building episodes for the queue as a whole. So this is an interesting gun. And isn't on my map? So I apparently do not have a very good map if it's literally not here. Good to know. Yeah, by the way, I've had trouble finding good maps for this game. I found one map that looked like it was good, but it's so small. Yeah, that one. The one that Frieza linked. Is so small, I basically can't read it. Like, I can't zoom it in enough to really make it parsable. It needs to be double the size at a minimum. Like, I'm squinting. So it's a map of the area, so each corridor is about that wide. And I'm sorry, my eyes are not that good. It's worth noting this gun is on this map, though. Oh, there it is, 17. Okay, it was on the other map I'm using, sorry. No, I'm using this map. I was just looking in the wrong place. This map is not great. Like, it doesn't show doors, for example. But it's a whole lot bigger and a whole lot parsable. I can also zoom it, I just noticed. Hi, Jay Palmer. That's actually a good question, Chill Penguin. I'm not sure. It's kind of strange. We have a whole zone we haven't even been to yet. Two, actually. Excuse me. 2 zones we haven't been to yet. Yeah, no, I found a map of just the secret worlds, and then I freaked out. Assuming this map is accurate, I found this map, which shows all the secret world entrances. If anybody decides to look at that, you'll notice that there are dozens of them everywhere. Are all of them valid, or is only one on a given playthrough? Because I'm not sprawling across 3 zones and hitting that many spots in order to find that. I had the exact same thing happen to Quetta. Which is just 5. Jesus Christ. So yeah, the zone we just went through apparently has plenty of secret locations. And the zone we're in has plenty of secret locations. And I think I'm just going to accept not finding those. I think I'm going to walk away from that. That's a whole lot of running around. They take you to the secret worlds. A world, I guess. There's an easy one, which has some power-ups. There's a medium one, which has some power-ups. There's a hard one, which has a gun. I've actually seen it several times, Frieza, but I couldn't figure out what to do whenever I saw that. No, I don't remember. I think it was up in Eden, honestly, but... Cute, Dakota. So we could head that direction anyways, because that's where we want to go. Anyways. I'll keep an eye out. Let's see if we can find it again. This weapon would be a lot more cool if it actually penetrated the enemy. So I can head pass through. Hello, cat. That's true, we could get that syringe. Which I actually even remember where it is. Don't know what it does, but we can get it. I need to go up to get that, though. It. Of course. Hello, cat. Hey, push-ups. Appropriately named, I suppose. Okay, this gun kind of sucks. Honestly, this just kind of keeps being the gun of choice for a lot of these enemies. Especially the ones with tiny hitboxes. Well, you see, J. Palmer. I hope that explanation was to your satisfaction. I mean, the canon answer is actually that they're all undead, and the whole point of the second Lich King of the Threat of the Scourge was that he could keep bringing them back pretty much infinitely. That really is a lot of the point of the actual Threat of the Scourge. You could argue Makesna, but I mean, it's not really that difficult to presume that Makesna could be made undead. Did it with Malena. We know Noth was undead, so shrug. Okay. What? Those are enemies? I don't know what to do about those. Damn it. Well, we helped. Part of the phase transition is us going inside of Frostmourne to help attack the Lich King interiorly. Back when it was just the essence of the Lich King and the Jailer didn't exist. Damn it. Come on, game, work with me here. Or don't. That's... God, I hate this so much. Oh my god. Okay, I made it over here. No! So, I've actually already dinged the game for this, but it's really easy to dash when you're not meaning to, just by moving around, as I've just demonstrated twice in a row. I don't think I understand the question, push-ups. Unless you just want me to summarize the entire plot, which I can do, because... Well, all that. Okay, so what am I doing here? This is nothing here. Jesus Christ. How are you supposed to know that that's there? To understand the Rusalki, we've made this command. Reveal Vaikya. So, okay. Let me just tell you what happened, push-ups, because your questions aren't making a lot of sense to me, so let's just rewind here. So, the moment Arthas picked up Frostmourne, his soul was separated from himself, and what that resulted in is, for all intents and purposes, two Arthases, okay? One of those is what I call Death Knight Arthas. That's actually my term, not the game's term. Not WoW's term. So we've got Death Knight Arthas, and we've got Arthas. Arthas is, as the term implies, the closest thing to the original, but it's still not all of him, because that's not how that works. For all intents and purposes, the two new individuals are two completely new separate individuals, and the original Arthas is gone. With me so far? Now, Death Knight Arthas went on to do all the stuff in Warcraft 3, and then Frozen Throne, blah, 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 and eventually reached the point where he took on the Helm of Domination. Now, the intention was that Ner'zhul, Death Knight Ner'zhul, wanted to consume the essence of Arthas, merge with him, whatever, and effectively get free of his control of the Legion as a result of that. However, Death Knight Arthas ended up overpowering him. And that meant that while there were actually 3 separate entities bouncing around inside the helmet, there's only one who was actually running the driver's seat, so to speak, and that's Death Knight Arthas. With me so far? Fast forward a bunch, and Arthas, we're going to call him Real Arthas. I should probably actually input this stupid code. Hang on a second. Reveal. I can't do Russian. Vikia. Thank you for the sub, Dark Day. No, Magister, no one whatsoever said anything about the jailer, because he doesn't fricking exist. Actually, to derail for just a second, the recent patch has added a lot of stuff referencing the Shadowlands. No joke. A lot of them have been going very far out of their way to not mention the jailer at all. It's actually crazy. Like, imagine for a moment, just to explain this, because I know this because I just went through the run. Imagine here's a chunk of dialogue, right? And imagine it's like blah, 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 blah. The jailer, blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. The jailer, blah, 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 right? What they did was they chopped it so you only get this chunk and this chunk. This is not a joke. They have precisely edited existing dialogue and existing cutscenes in order to remove all reference to the jailer. Yeah, no, it's fantastic. I love it. They are so clearly on board with us on that, and I am so gratified to know that they agree that that was such a terrible, terrible decision. Hang on one sec. Where are we? Okay, so notes. Absolutely, Jay Palmer. He has no purpose in existing. We've talked about this. There's ways to make him work, but at this point, fixing him would be more effort than just removing him. Content-wise, that's trickier, because all that loot has to go somewhere. I would still be in favor of it, though, yes. Like, he drops a mount, for God's sakes. And he's a part of quite a few achievements. So that's some work. Gaming's gonna point it there. Really? Hang on. Get away from the freaking glitchy effect. So, anyways. So since Arthas, which I'm just going to call that, is not in control anymore of the situation, and it's just this tiny, quiet voice in the back of the Lich King's mind, there's not much he can do. But Arthas was able to prick Death Knight Arthas's pragmatism and ego, because Death Knight Arthas, he likes to play with his food. That's actually a consistent thing throughout the course of the games. And so Arthas is like, you know what you should do? You should set up these filters. This is something I talked about constantly during the Wrath run, is that there are dozens of filters across Northrend to try and get the absolute best of the best of the best and no one else, all the way up to Icecrown, to make sure that all of them who actually reach there are the actual greatest, strongest, most capable, most will-powered heroes that exist on the planet. Which makes sense. Not only would it appeal to his ego to have the best of the best under him, to have an absolute elite force like that, but also remember that all of the entities within the Helm of Domination, Ner'zhul, Death Knight Arthas, and Arthas, all want a force that is capable of stopping the Legion. And they all know that the Legion's coming. So he's playing for keeps. So he wants the absolute no-really champions of Doom on his side to be able to stop them. So Arthas, absolutely J. Palmer, Arthas was able to kind of plant this idea in Death Knight Arthas's head, and Death Knight Arthas is like, that's a great idea, I should do exactly that. The point here being, and this was a very Lord of the Rings kind of a thing, the point here was that Arthas was gambling. Because if Death Knight Arthas actually did get a hold of us, because let's just call it what it is, yeah, that's probably would have been game, to be quite frank. And if it wasn't for Tyrion and a literal last-minute miracle, that would have been it. We would have been killed by the second Lich King and become the ultimate death force of Ultimate Doom. But that was always the gamble. Get us there in the right time, in the right place, in the right position, to make sure that we could then finally bring down the second Lich King. Once we destroyed the sword, the souls remerged, and Arthas is now left there. The new Arthas is left there to, you know, be tossed into the mob. But anyways. And I guess that's it. So I hope that answers your questions, Busha. This is also one of the reasons why I try to be consistent about my terminology. If you hear me say Arthas, I actually mean the dude. If you hear me say the second Lich King, I'm referring to Death Knight Arthas, who is, you know, predominantly in charge of the Amalgamant body, which also includes Ner'zhul and Arthas. I mean, probably J. Palmer. He was playing for keeps. And long term. This really hurts. We just finished the third one recently. Oh, I don't know, Lord Hermont. Sylvanas, as of this moment in time, spoilers, is currently roaming around. That's actually only on heroic mode push-ups. But what you're actually remembering is we go into the sword and we defeat Ner'zhul in there. Anyways, yeah, Sylvanas is walking around Turbo Hell very, very slowly, but very consistently freeing people from it. Oh yeah, no, Arthas, we actually got kind of lucky with Arthas, as weird as that sounds. We could have had several other people could have been our Lich King, and may or may not have worked out as well for us. I mean, hell, we saw what happened at the end of that cutscene. We almost had a Tyrion Lich King, and everybody instantly knew that was a terrible idea. A friend of mine who was watching that cutscene for the very first time was actually in voice chat going, "No!" when he was going to pick up the helmet. It's like, no! No! Stop! Hang on, Dark Day. I'm sorry. Do get some rest. I am going to verbally respond that that's towards FF13. Pick something other than Planescape, just for me. And Dealer's Choice. Thank you very much, Dark Day. Oh, that is a much more parcel. I can see the anti-aliasing from when you stretch it, but I don't care because I can at least read the damn thing. And remember to voot. Right now I'm looking at a map. Sorry. Someone asked me a question. I was just answering it. Okay, here we are. I have found where I am. I think. Hang on. Yes, I think I found where I am. I mean, just pick something else for me, Dark Day, please. No, that actually still counts, as we talked about earlier. The math is weird, but it lines up. Okay, so this is the boss fight, so I need to go right and down. And make sure you vote, Crazy Horse. You're gonna vote, right? Oh, I see it. There we go. A dozen generations ago, Kulil II battled in the sea above, and the High Priestess wrung in the storm, leaving them to spill upon the plains. At the time, this is thought a good omen, and the Kulutul I don't know how to pronounce that. Resembling the old machine, sent them into the care of the priesthood. But the K word, do not age or die, so there they remain to this day, watching and waiting. The high priestess may not remember what they once were, but the histories do, as do the K words. Should they ever be returned to the sea, I do not expect they will look favorably upon us. Interesting. Expedition 33. I can do that. I can do that. Even ignoring the math, Jay Palmer, if you don't vote, then what I see is that I don't have that many voters. And I will presume that you're not getting engaged within said vote. And I need to keep the vote up for longer because people haven't been voting. Make sense? There's more to it than that. It has to do with waiting. But that's the most important thing to me personally, is making sure that I have a counter that says this many people have voted. Besides, if you really are good with everything, then that is valuable information. Legitimately. Chrono Cross, actually, Lord Aramon. And technically yes, but also no, because 2 other games got funded first. Okay, so we got this note. Put the things here. Where the hell am I? I need to be over here, don't I? Yes, I do. But I said I'd read some other stuff first. Ishinima, you barely understand the technology that surrounds you, yet claim to protect it. It will crush us all once it falls. At least grant us access to your rebirth chambers. Do that and I will consider being less bitter over what came before. Plan B. I realize I've failed in our primary objective, but please, hear me out. I didn't just kill Katra Haska's body. I used the Gatebreaker. We have a fresh set of nanogates to do with whatever we please. Given what we recently learned about the Sudran rebirth chamber, we could use this to our advantage. In fact, it may be better than our original plan. We would control him. I have a new dream for you. I think you will like this one. It starts with your death and goes on from there. Return to my embrace. I've missed killing you. Katra Haska got to him before I had a chance. He is here, and he released some kind of plague. I tried to stop him, but failed. He thinks I am dead. He's holed up at the breach attractor now. We can't let him escape. My dearest Oraka has become ill. No matter what I dream for her, she remains listless. Please, she is harmless. Move her to the... Oh, actually, we already read this one. That's the thing. There we go. Oh, Dragonflight is 100% a reboot. It's a soft reboot, but it is a reboot. I can't imagine it being perceived any other way, honestly. Well, once I figure out what's actually going on, I'll let you know, Crazy Norms. I mean, there's a reason why Dragonflight is the default starter part of the WoW story right now. It's because if you start with Dragonflight, you don't really miss anything. Man, I don't, Crazy Horse. No faith in myself. Let's grab a save over here. I wouldn't hard reboot WoW. I was going to say, not only do they have the Lord Walker Cho stuff, which they're expanding on, by the way, and doing more with in the future, but they've also got... words. They've also got the new thing that they're doing. Where? Come on. Pretty fast. Really? No. Do I have to go the long way around? Oh my god, really? They've got the new thing they're doing with the streamlined MSQ in Dragonflight as part of a leveling experience for new players, and they've got the War Within summary, which they're adding as well. Sure, Rex. That's where we were earlier, right? and we found out we didn't have the item necessary to progress when I was on the phone. Because I remember that because I was really frustrated because I couldn't ask chat where to go because I was on the freaking phone. And I'm like, And I didn't know what to do or where to go. That was really frustrating. It was not a fun phone call. It never is, I suppose. See you around, Crazy Norse. Enjoy the lawn. The lawn. The Mon? What? That was... What? I thought the vaccine was... Not... Okay, you know what? I believe you. I believe you. Where's the vaccine? Where is the vaccine? Where am I? Hang on, where am I? I'm blind. Where the hell am I? Okay, I'm here. I think. Yep, I found myself. Okay, there it is. Yep, I see it, I see it. Is it because I'm not going to review it very well? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if all three of those games review well. Doesn't mean I'm going to like them, but I could see them reviewing well. Xenogears, Chrono Cross, and Planescape Torment all have legitimately good stuff to them. Listen, it's giant robots and baby's first philosophy. What's not to like? I stand by my statement, Dakota. Wait, which thing did I adopt, Linarith? Because I gotta give proper credit to this. That I'm not sure I agree with, Dakota. You'd have to explain that, but I suppose you'll have plenty of opportunity to do so not too long from now. Okay, so... Whoops. Yeah, I need more height. No! No! I mean, what is probably going to happen is I'm just going to pour over a bucket of external continuity negatives on the Chrono Cross and then just move on. This is really frustrating. That is the problem I had the last time. I actually made it, and it is so twitchy to do that double dash. You know what? Hang on. I did that too quick. Yeah, it's a double tap. Any kind of double tap. So if you, for example, do that, and that was just me going, rotating down like that. That is considered a double tap. Yeah, that's not great. Okay, so that's a miss. Yeah, there needs to be a dash button. Lord knows we've got plenty of buttons to work with here. And before you ask, no, you cannot rebind it at all. There is no rebinding option for the dash. Which is a strange oversight. Yeah, that's me with Chrono Cross. There we go. Okay. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. There. Causes mutation at max health. What does that mean? Guess we'll find out. Backdash, 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 backdash. I did, and that's horrifying. If really that's it, then yeah, I'd say that life isn't worth living and we should all die. Everyone should die forever. There is no point, there is no hope. Death to everyone. Okay, so now we're at full health. Oh my god. We have tentacles now. Sure. Well, I mean, we don't play Jabal. Someone else gets to start with something new. Maybe. They don't seem to? We'll have to see the damage in action. They just seem to do that little shot when I shoot. But no, we did not get another vaccine, to my knowledge. Oh, I guess I could check. I don't see another vaccine. There are 2 items we're missing. And like 4 weapons, looks like. Those Z's over there. Well, whatever. Hang on. First, I want to accomplish Rex's request here. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. This is a game where being able to warp between save points, you know, a waypoint system, would really have helped out with things. Whoops. I think this is where I wanted to go. Where was that? Actually, no, I think it's actually up here. I think? Oh god, I'm not even sure. Was that it? Oh god, I don't remember. Let's just check the map. Let's just check the map. Sorry for the fuzzies. I'll just talk for a second. Talking over fuzzies. Woo. Okay, no, it is up. It is up. This was lightning. It was through there. Okay. Gonna let you live. Oh wow, we took damage, so now we don't have the tentacles, of course. Hello, TSB. Happy Wednesday. By the way, I just wanted you to know I appreciate your comments on the DS9 VODs. Just so you know that someone is reading those and enjoying them as you go. I mean, I know that I actually do read... I know that I read all my comments, but I'm not sure you guys really know that I read all my comments. do this one first. Whoops. You know, I never found out why there's so much Gluck here and nowhere else. Oh, never mind. That makes perfect sense. This is all the goop they're using, the biomass, for lack of a better way to put that, in order to make all the clones, and that's why it's growing and growing and growing. Hi, Morganite. Interesting wheelchair there. And we actually saw that when we saw the failed clone, which was just a pile of red goop like this. So this is just where they grow the goop. And they use that to make clones. That's gross. To whomever finds this, Sudra is miraculous. The fact that I've been healed attests to that. But it's too dangerous to bring this technology back to Earth. Whatever happened here was catastrophic. The ramifications extending to everyone. We are going upstream to the filter or whatever lies beyond for answers. Trace. Yeah, they did. This is the medical ward. So yeah, this is more or less literally meat moss. I love that one wheelchair there. That's a nice touch. Yeah, this place is overrun, and logically speaking, over time, it would probably grow to encompass everything down here. As long as this stuff keeps growing. That's horrible. One second. Adjust the map so I can see what I'm doing. I guess there's nothing really secret-y up ahead. Oh god, that could be, Mr. Red. That is actually possible. I want you to know that I hate you for introducing that possibility to me. Does that also explain why certain parts of the map, certain parts of the backdrop of the map, are pulsating? Do you remember that? That would explain why some of the brickwork was moving. Okay, so there's a yellow up here. Yellow is an entrance, though. I know what that is now. So we want to go here. Do I seriously have to do it here? No? How about here? Oh, there's an audio indicator for Brett. I was on the phone last time I was in here. Alright, whatever. Calvin and Hobbes is the best newspaper comic that has ever lived. I actually still have all of my Calvin and Hobbes books. I've never gotten rid of them. Obviously, you know, I have no reason to get rid of them, but there's actually another reason for that, too. Health upgrade. It's because after he quit, quite a few people... Yeah, there's been a lot of efforts to either try to weaponize his IP or straight up steal Calvin and Hobbes stuff to make merchandise. And in the interest of making sure that I never... basically, I wasn't sure if I could ever re-buy the comics. Oh my god, okay, okay. Jesus Christ! Okay. Oh, right, it even says it right there. Yeah, Garfield, I remember when Garfield was funny. It's been a long freaking time. And this gets us the flamethrower. Exactly what it sounds like. Interesting. See, I know why the Garfield still exists from the mindset of the creators, because it still makes money. It's been a merchandising juggernaut for most of its existence. Jesus. I think I found my new shotgun. I don't know why people still buy Garfield stuff, though. Like, I put it to you this way. There was a phenomenon back in the 80s, specifically, where there was a strong push by several idiots in suits in the comic industry to stop making certain entire comic chains, right? The thing is, yeah, see, it gets gluckier the further we go to the right. The thing is, that didn't work. It was stupid. It was a stupid idea because you need this source material in order to then merchandise, right? And this is going to sound like a strange example, but My Little Pony, Gen 4, is a great example of how they were able to keep constantly merchandising it by virtue of constantly adding new stuff, new characters, new locations, etc. You need the source material to then merchandise. And yet, for some reason, Garfield is the exception to that rule. Like, Garfield hasn't put out anything new or interesting or even different. I don't even know how long at this point. It's been an extraordinarily long period of time. Like, as in decades range. Hell, I'm pretty sure, I don't remember his name, doesn't even own Garfield at this point. I mean, he still gets residuals, but like, he walked away from that franchise years ago. He just lets it run on autopilot. As other people actually do it. Anyways. Sorry, it's just kind of fascinating to think about Garfield, because it is kind of a phenomenon. And not necessarily in a good way. 1 second, please. I need to look something real quick. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I see it. Okay, it's not going to hit me. No, and I don't think I'm going to look it up. I think we're good, Mr. Red. Okay. Well, where is that other syringe you mentioned? There it is. That's way, way over. That's almost on the other side of the map. I can see a way we could get over there quickly-ish. Let me scooch this over here. The orbital disruptor? Okay, hang on. Orbital disruptor. Orbital disruptor. What's it look like? Because there's icons. Pink weapon. Okay. So that's... Where is that from here? Okay. Yeah, honestly, as pathetic as it sounds, I'm with Dream Whisperer. One of the easiest ways to, like, actually fix copy wrong is to... and patents, actually, both. Same kind of concept, really. Is just make them expire quicker. No extensions, no nothing. You get it for 10 years. Even 10 years can be argued down, but 10 years is something a lot of people agree with. And that's it. After that, it's public. Okay, so we got that. Yeah, 10 years is plenty of time. Even if you're in favor of big corporations for some reason. First of all, what the hell is wrong with you? And second of all, why are you watching me? Just think about how much money a lot of the big corporations made in about 10 years of their IP's existence. And it's not like they can't keep making stuff in that IP as well. It just means they don't get exclusive rights to it. Is this the spot? I don't see any VCRing, but let's check over here just in case. Nope, okay. Can I just type here? That would really be helpful. Nope. Man. Okay. Delku Subtom. You know, Mr. Red, that would also explain why everything in the first zone is red. I just realized that. Interesting. Yeah, I kind of like this gun, actually. Like, part of the reason I kept shooting wasn't just to be spammy. I was actually curious how many active shots it would let me have at a time. The answer is a lot. Okay, so I think it's still faster to go this way, so let's do that. Yeah. You saved all the good games. It's okay, there's New Game Plus, so we can enjoy all these guns, right? This one can blow my mind and say, actually, yes. Orbital Disruptor, that's the one. I never did get this thing. Uh... Hey. You know what? I've decided I don't care that much. I know this is a note, which is why I was trying to grab it, but I cannot seem to navigate this stupid space. And I can't see where I am, and it's just irritating. Yeah, I know, there's a note up. I can even see the path on the map, but, like, it's not helpful. Might as well, Rex. And then we got the note. Oh, man. Ooh, that was so worth it. That was so amazingly worth it. I'm in awe of the incredible lore of that note. Oh, for Christ. I give up. I'm sufficiently tired of trying. We're just gonna move on. Let's see. So we want to go to the second one right here. Oh, absolutely, Mr. Red. The note we just missed was breach? Yeah, let me double check that. Breach pockets, excuse me. See you around, Rex. I hope that any thoughts I have are worth the time, because I sincerely doubt it. Okay, where are we? We want to go down. Do we want to go all the way down? Yes. You see, there's some organic stuff here, but it hasn't overgrown everything yet. Thanks, game. Apparently the note we totally just got said, I've hidden some of our more sensitive items in the breach pockets appearing here and there. Your soul key won't go in. It interferes with their electronics. Interesting. Wow, the serums is just right here. Causes mutation in max health. A syringe lying in the middle of a room? That's just a bit ominous. This contains, how you say, small blood machines? Like in your mind. It can provide powerful modifications. Please take them. Don't tell me you want me to stick myself with this thing. Too late. I have transferred necessary info in your connection. Your body will produce now. Injection over wireless? Somehow that's even more terrifying. What did you do to me? You will find this useful, but only works if you are uninjured. Thanks, I guess. This is definitely an I guess situation. So now I have 4 tentacles. I have become Doc Ock with a flamethrower. Okay. There's apparently one upgrade I'm missing somewhere. Data bomb, huh? I think I see it over there. That's way over there. Unless that's it. Or that's it? Hang on. I suppose it's a net positive game, Ross. I will go with that. I think it's a valid answer. So hang on. So we don't actually have whatever that is. How do we get there? I don't have that either. Are those the 2 weapons? Those might be the 2 weapons we're missing. Both in whatever this region is. Purple region. Absu. Well, not yet, Blade Tabal. But ask me again when we get to the actual final dungeon. Where are we? We are... somewhere. Okay. Also, I swear that's the fire sound effect from Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger. Sorry, hang on. Yeah, it's just like an alternate path. Alright, whatever. Okay. So here's something. Inertial pulse. A beam of pure inertia drives through multiple targets. So, a piercing weapon. Doesn't pierce walls. Congrats, Linerith. Okay, so, whoops. Hang on, let me double check the map. So, Trace, turn back. This place is artifact. Like some kind of dimensional rift? What if there's something I need in here? No, it is dangerous. Flotsam, jetsam caused by the breach. Is there radiation or something in here? Oh, that's not exactly reassuring. Well, that's eye cancer. I'm sorry, I know some people like CRT. I don't understand that. It just hurts my eyes. Well, we're off the map. Literally, I suppose. So, I heard that these are like pseudo-procedural. I'm guessing this is kind of related to the Rogue version of this game. God, it's doing the NES thing. Seem to do a couple of things. Increased range where applicable. I'll take that. Assuming the flamethrower is affected by that. If it's not, well, whatever. How's our shotgun? And barely effective at all. That didn't seem to be any different. Meh. I mean, I suppose that makes sense. Yeah, hard to tell. Sorry, I'm trying not to look at the screen a lot, because this really is hurting my eyes a bit. Well, I don't know if this is a medium or a low, but either way, the mediums and the lows all have upgrades in them, like a health node fragment, or the range upgrade, or whatever. The heavy has a weapon. We will probably not find the heavy. This is apparently an easy. Okay. I couldn't remember what color it was on the map, and honestly, I've lost where I was on the map, so I'm just kind of waiting until I get back out to figure out where I am. Ah, here we go. Okay, so where the hell am I? There I am. Yep, I see it now. Green node. Okay. The thing is, I don't know where it was exactly. I just remember seeing it and thinking, oh, it's that distortion effect, and then I couldn't figure out anything to do about it. Where am I going? Looks like just go down, since I've never been down. Range upgrade. That's funny. I just never got a range node here. Went right by it, apparently. Oh, no, I couldn't get in. I haven't the drone yet. Never mind. Good morning, Bregman. That's, I mean, that does happen, you know. Life is life, people are people. I get it. So we want to go... I already got that. I think. I'm not actually sure. Let's just be sure about it. Really? There we go. Yeah, okay. We already got it. I guess... I'm so sorry, Mr. Red. Someday I will break you free from the curse that is Lotro. I will find a chill game that requires even less attention span to play and is not Lotro. That's actually a good question. What would be a good don't pay attention... I saw that, Mr. Ross. What would be a good don't pay attention game? And to be clear, I don't mean like a game that is good at not paying attention. I mean a game that you not to pay attention that is also, separate from that, good. Like an honest-to-goodness, good game that just requires low attention. Because I've heard some people say like strategy games are like that. That is super a lie. I've actually tried that myself to try and basically AFK play like a turn-based game. Problem is what ends up happening is you do your turn, which is pretty involved, and then you AFK while the turn resolves for like 10 seconds, and then it's your turn again. And see, WoW I don't think qualifies. WoW is entirely too active. There's too much stuff you're doing in WoW, which is actually a good thing. It's one of the reasons WoW is so good. Super punk. One of these days, I hope you'll actually finish that game. More to the point, one of these days I hope you'll actually like that game. I'm telling you, that this is like the early signs of the Gluck here. This is crystallized Gluck. Look at it. Look at it. That's true. Elite Dangerous would probably qualify if you are, in fact, into that. Where I've actually lost where I am again. Okay, I'm here, so I'm about to get this item. Another range upgrade. There are so many range upgrades I probably never got. I still don't think it affects the flamethrower. Can anyone do me a favor? Like, what does the range upgrade affect? Because I'm curious if it's any weapon I actually work on or use. Just as like a curiosity. Do I have that gun? Yes. Okay, cool. Flying into the sun is the best parts of Elite Dangerous, though. Okay, it does affect the flamethrower. Like, it's got to be such a small increase that I'm just gaslighting myself as to whether or not it's actually doing anything or not. Like, I looked at it, I was like, oh, it looks longer, and I was like, wait. Am I high? Am I just seeing things? I guess I already got this? No, I didn't. There's another one. Okay, I did already get that. I did not get this. Wherever it is. Sure. Data bomb. Okay. There's something I wanted down here. Why don't we go ahead and start heading back up? Yeah, let's do that. So I want to go... I guess straight up is going to be our fastest bet. Okay, this gun already sucks. Back to the flamethrower. Ah! I thought I got shards. I did. Can't believe I even remembered that. What, like the nail gun in Quake, I think? Red. Look at it all, Mr. Red. This is truly your zone. Oh, that's true. Oh, yeah, look at all the cancerous mass. Blorp, blorp, blorp. It's not here, but it was in the previous zone. Blorp, blorp, blorp. Blorp, 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 blorp. Blorp, blorp, blorp. You see those tiny red shots they're shooting? That's it. Unfortunately, yes, push-ups. Or rather, no, I guess that's a line. I tried to watch it, and at a certain point I put it down, because I was really, really sick of it. Okay. So, let's see here. And stop making that noise. Cool, huh? What am I missing? What am I missing? Yeah, I don't think they really do much damage either, Bleach of all. And they only happen when you're at full health, so they really are just bonus points. So I already got the Ion Beam, I already got the bounce thing, I think. Hang on. Red Zigzag. Oh, it's way up there. Aw. Oh, I was really hoping you were about to make my day and be like, it's this one way down towards the bottom. No, it's the one on the frickin' other end of the zone. Okay, no, we do have reflectors, so it's not that. Okay. So it is at the bottom. Oh, the relief. Okay, I'm obviously playing it up for humor's sake, but honestly, that is my vibe right now. I think I might double down on the negatives for traversal, because holy crap, please let me teleport between zones or something. I get this is kind of your poor man's way of adding some kind of waypoint system. This is a band-aid. Like, I get that backtracking's a thing. I do, but like, come on, guys. Okay, so we are going there? Okay, straight across. Yeah, one of the most brilliant decisions Super Metroid ever made was made the super run thing also do damage while you're doing it. That is such an it's hard to even properly showcase how much of a good idea that was. All you have to do is imagine you're going through Super Metroid, and your run is stopped the moment you bump into anything. Firewall, hey. Okay. Oh my god, it's Flame Man. Man, you should spend real money on Lotro right now, Mr. Red. Or you could join Lineruth's example and stop spending money on it. Just saying. It's something you could do. Okay, so now... Eldon, I think, was the other one. Like the last one, I want to say. So... let's go up. Just making absolutely sure. Sorry, I have several weapons with Disruptor in the name, so... making sure I didn't already have a disruption thing. Okay. I do like how the enemies you've been fighting for a while when you get the bomb. The drop bombs when you hit them with the bomb. That's some nice... Hey, make sure you use this kind of tech. So one of the spots is up here. Right here, it looks like. Nope, it is in fact right here. It looks like there's nothing here. Okay. I didn't think so, because there's no CRT effect there, but I'm just... While we're here, right? I mean, I'm fully on the STO train on that one. Hang on a sec. Just saw something else. It was a spot where there was a CRT effect and no crackle in the background. I know everyone praises the hell out of Picard Season 3, but it committed several sins which just made it... I don't like using the word cringe, but I don't have a better word for it. It made it cringe to watch. It made it very unpleasant to engage with. It had Netflix writing, and that's not... Well, I mean, that is an insult, but I mean that literally. Imagine there's a section of an episode where it's actually straight up showing you what's happening. And then someone in the background says, oh my god, the what's-her-flags are blogger flinging. And they're just explaining everything that's actually happening on camera that they're already visually showing to you. And everything has to be the end of the goddamn world. Everything has to be like, it's the end of the known universe if we don't do this. If we don't do this, they're dead. And they're never coming back. We've almost lost them. You don't understand. This is going to be the end of them because they're going to die and then they'll be dead and then they'll be gone forever. And it's like, guys, I understand what death means. Sorry. It was quite aggravating. Okay, hang on. Nope. The problem is the Borg ending in STO was mostly, like, inferred. They never did a proper story arc on it. They just kind of mentioned it during the TFOs that came out at the time. And that's it. But it's very simple. The cooperative freed enough drones to get critical mass to free all the drones. The Borg stopped existing. And the collective, actually, stopped existing and replaced with the cooperative. They never beat the Borg, they just changed the Borg. Yeah, if I'd been on my phone while watching, maybe I would have actually enjoyed it. Okay, so... What's the other thing I wanted to get here? Ah, there it is. I see it. Oh, that's... okay. Yeah, I love STO, but, like, It makes a few mistakes. STO has, point in fact, never done a good Borg story, and they have done 3. One of which was the tutorial. We talked about that during the STO run, about how much I wish they would actually do a proper Borg story. And everyone's like, no, we're sick of the Borg. I was like, well, yeah, but like the problem is we've never had a good one. We've never had a good Borg story. That's the problem. Okay, so we want to go up and left, it looks like? Yeah. Actually, just that one section does qualify, yes, Mr. Road. Not the rest of it. Nothing else about it is Korean, but... You know, fair, Ross. I can't actually argue that. Yeah, we've just had... The next game is Goodbye Volcano High. I hope that game doesn't have lots of backtracking. Right? Right? That game's not going to have lots of backtracking. TSB? TSB? No! Why? I know a lot of people who like Scorpion, and I'm one of them. I'm not sure that counts as a good Borg episode, as weird as that sounds. It is very much a typical Thread of the Week episode. It just happens to be a well-executed Thread of the Week episode. Hold up. Past it. I think? No, it's here. It's here. I mean, you can like the Daleks as much as you want. That's your right and your business to do so. Because that's what they are. There, we have Daleks at home. I would not put Scorpion up there with Best of Both Worlds. I agree, Ross. How am I supposed to do this? I know the thing's there, and I can't seem to figure out how to get it. Okay. Oh, good news. They're not going to respawn, because screw me. Okay, hang on. Let's walk. Let's walk a few rooms over. Because... Nope. How about over here? Okay. Nothing there. I'll over here and check. That was way up there. Okay. There we go. Jesus. I don't know how you're supposed to do that, and I don't even care at this point. Distortion field. Distorts the underlying lattice of space. Okay. Was that it? I'm sorry, Frieza, to keep leaning on you like this. I hope that was it, because we were apparently missing... Okay, so hang on. So 3 of those are super weapons, which means we're actually missing 3. If that fills out to full. And the last upgrade's over by the last zone, too. So let's scroll this over this way. I know, but like programming-wise, it would make sense to leave a slot there for each of the super weapons. It's just easier to code it that way. Rather than having the super weapon slot, which can lead to some wonkiness. Ah, I see it. That is way up there. Okay. I'm going to debate that. So I want to do a big kit, like, debate once we have all the kit, which we're pretty close to being at, but we're not quite there yet. I just want to go straight over, don't I? Yeah. Great, thanks for the bombs. Could you drop some health, please? And we're dead. Well, that sucks. Let's see where our last save was. Where is this? Oh. Well, I guess that's not that far away, but god damn it. Whatever. Moving on. I actually had a story idea for a while there about the Borg and time travel, but it wasn't about destroying the Borg. It was actually explaining the Borg's origins. The summary was that the Federation went back in time, helped out a bunch of people, and the consequence of that was that they made the Borg. Very, very simply. You know, it might literally be faster to do it this way. I want to be over there. No. Oh, let's do it this way. Yeah, no, I'm not... I admittedly don't care for Species 8472 that much, but that's irrelevant to my statement that they are the Daleks. Because they are. Directly inspired by and directly patterned off of that archetype. Hyper species supremacist to the point of even wiping out bacteria that isn't like them. God damn it. Okay, fine. Don't mind me. Oh, hang on. Before we leave. Okay. This isn't it either. And actually, there was one other one I want to look at really quick. It's right over here. God damn it! Go away. Oh god, what game is that from? No dice, what a drag. That was it. Mario Brothers 3. Think you can lend me your oh god, whatever, the thing he said. So by the way, real quick, do you notice the giant mecha suit in the background there? Like the ones we see down below in this area? I don't know why all the giant mecha suits are here, but here we are. Wow, yeah, the health really is in time to the beat of whatever song you're in. Or whatever, the song of whatever zone you're in. Let me say that more clearly. Okay, so let's reset our warp point, because screw that nonsense. Yeah. So really quick, there's 2 yellow spots here. Or rather, there can be. Better way to phrase that. Nope. Damn. We are batting a 0 on those. We've only found 1, and it was an easy one. Oh god, is there a speedrun category for specifically getting all of the optional stuff? Because that would really suck. Okay, so let me double check the map, but I'm pretty sure this is where I want to be. And we want to go up and up and up and up and up and up and up. So let's do that. Hi, Loke. So, have you gotten to try out that remaster yet? Because I keep hearing really bad things. Hopefully it's either exaggerated or gets patched. Because Lord knows that wouldn't be the first particularly bad Microsoft-based remaster that comes out on PC this month and is lackluster. If overnights too. Alright, I guess there's no reason to check. The CRT effect is pretty obvious. So if anyone sees scan lines, say something. Whatever it is, I hope it is a swift recovery, Load. I noticed it earlier. That's how I found the easy one. And I know I've seen it before. I just didn't know how to interact with it when I saw it. But at this point, I'm not sure where I saw it. And honestly, I do kind of blame the game for that. Too many of the zones are a little bit too visually indistinct from each other. Frankly. Far left. Some of these secrets, I swear to God. Although, actually, hang on. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Next! Exclamation mark next, bunny. Although there's a game missing on that, because I haven't updated that, because I have to do that manually. Okay. I'll tell you it right now off the top of my head. It's Goodbye Volcano High, then Total War Pharaoh, then Deathloop. And after that, well, there's a vote right now to decide what's after that. So make sure you get your vote in. I do like the shoot through walls aspect of the flamethrower. There it is. Do you see it? That is the scan lines. Okay, so this is a medium. I hit the wrong button. It's like I've been in this room. This might literally have been what I was thinking of. Is this actual room. Or this actual area. Because I was thinking earlier that I was getting Elden and whatever this zone is called mixed up in my head. Is Lotro's gameplay good? No. It is slow and arduous and wastes your time. Yes, I realize I just said the same thing 3 times, but no, it's important to note. I think you're right, Fraser. It's important to note that I'm not being facetious. It wastes your time in separate and distinct ways. It is a truly legendarily slow game. However, the story is actually extremely good. Not just good. Extremely good. Alright, fine, whatever. I don't know what we get in a medium. Just to find out in a second. Actually, there are linear. I wouldn't say more engaging. More like takes less time. I would strongly recommend making a minstrel or a guardian. And I would not recommend any other class in the entire game. They've actually recently done some overhauls to their classes, and that's great and all. But Lotro is very much in the old MMO category. Firmly a Silver Age MMO, and that means most of those classes are only useful in certain circumstances. Most of the circumstances are groups. You want a class that can solo, you play a guardian or a minstrel. Now here's the fun part. Both of those are still good in a group, so you're not locked out of group content. Yeah, other classes can solo, but again, the whole point here, I said it when I started this out, if you want to minimize the amount of time that is wasted in that game, you play one of those 2 classes. Deja vu. I wonder if this is the Tetris style of roguelite, or randomly generated areas, where they take puzzle pieces and smash them together. You know, like Diablo 2, or 3, for that matter. And not 1. Okay, is this where I came in? Where am I? Okay, this is where I came in. Jesus. I have been tempted to go back to Lotro more than once. In fact, PAX almost got me convinced to do it a few months ago. So, Minstrel is deceptive. And this FF14 kind of has this problem, too. A lot of MMOs do. A lot of games do. There's a class, and it sounds like A, but it really isn't, right? Minstrel is a healer, but it's also one of the best ranged DPS, ranged mobile DPSs in the game. Minstrel has a spec, I guess is the closest word to it, that enables them to just focus entirely on doing damage, and that's in addition to healing themselves while they're doing it. Imagine, to use FF14 equivalents, imagine if a white mage also had the ability to be a dancer. That's a minstrel. Complete with buffs, actually. Permanently increases projectile size. Don't know if that affects the flamethrower, but it super affects the shotgun. That's noticeably bigger. Not that I'm going to go back to it. Anything else here? Is that it? I guess that's it. Okay. I don't see any other places to go. So, Lotro is actually really... gotcha. Lotro is actually really loose with its lore in... Let me walk that sentence back. It's really loose in its gameplay and lore integration. A lot of it is very much just that's for the purposes of the game. Don't think about it too much. Because, yeah, minstrels are straight-up mages. But in lore, there's actually only 2 mage classes. The Rune Keeper, who uses elven magic, and the Lore Keeper, who uses wizard magic. Or the Lore Master, excuse me. Yeah, that's why I'm confused. I must have missed something. By the way, don't play a Lore Master, and don't play a Rune Keeper. Rune Keepers are fantastic magnifiers for other party members. They are a healer DPS hybrid, but unlike Minstrel, it's like you have to pick, right? You have to decide what mode you're in, and you can't do both at the same time. Which is exactly as frustrating as it sounds. Lore Master is all about debuffs. Just debuffing the ever-living hell out of whatever you're looking at. It is almost critical to the point where I know several people consider it mandatory for, like, the higher-end dungeons, 3-man's raids, etc. But I would not recommend trying to solo with a Lore Master. Yeah, I guess so. I thought maybe that was the thing I missed, but there's nothing there. If I make it back in the loop, I'm just going to walk away from this thing. Whatever. That's the only thing about FF11. Not every class can solo. There's classes that are good at soloing. I've told you those two. Then there's classes that are bad at soloing, like Lore Master or Captain. Then there's classes who basically can't solo. Like, you will run into walls. Hi, Sabacom. Sorry, I'm going to get rid of this filter soon here. Let's just get out of this bonus optional zone here. Oh yeah, Lotro and FF11 are on a different area of existence. I think Mr. Red is the one who said that Lotra feels like a Bronze Era MMO with quality of life features, and yeah, I could vibe that. Okay, so we're going up anyways. Let's go over here, grab a save, so I don't have to do that again. Really? That's true. Lotra also has a story. So you see the scan lines, right? I'm not sure if these are the scan lines for the area down below or not, because there's another thing that can be right here. And it's not this one, because if we go to the other side, it's gone. How do? It's clearly there. Like, you can tell even if I just go across the room. They're clearly popping up over here. Although... Oh, you know what? Oh, you know what? Hang on. I think it's this one. I think it's just this one. Because I notice it's hard to see, but it's actually more clear scan lines on the ground than up in the air. So it's just... It's pulsing from the nearby room. Interesting to note that it can pulse from a nearby room. Oh, that's a thing. Wow, Elsa Nova? Yes, drones repaired my body before other was sulky. Trace, I am sorry for my reaction earlier. You should not carry blame for Athetos' crimes. Okay. Ahead is elevator to breach. Athetos is inside. I do not ask you to kill him. Just shut down breach attractor. But he will try to stop you. As always, there is a weak point. Find and destroy it. Once breach recedes, I can help, but I cannot survive in breach, so be careful. Athetos lives, okay? We can log him up or something, but no killing. No killing. Thank you. So, this is you? I was originally soldier. Does it frighten you? I think I was already at some point beyond fear. Ah, crap, what I was going to say. Thanks for apologizing. Please don't kill me again. I won't. Be careful. Athetos is devious. You cannot trust him. I'll keep that in mind. Okay. Well, I want to go up. How the hell am I supposed to do this without the infinite jump glitch? Like, for real, how are you supposed to do this without bomb jumping up here? God. Like, I saw the height on the map and the total lack of terrain, and I'm like, okay. This game came out in 2015, Savicom. Here's the weapon. Turbine pulse. That's interesting. I think this is another straight out of Contra gun. I forget what it's called. It's not the spread fire. It's like the one that is the second best before spread fire. That is a good question. We'll have to test that. Anything up here? Yes, the way to the final dungeon. Speaking of, we're trying to chop off the local, or the guessing game pretty soon here. Make sure to get your guesses in. So there's the final dungeon. That's it. Right there. Is there a save up here? Yeah, let's grab a save first. Nice place. Okay, I don't like these things. Okay. I'm going to update my notes really quick so people can make an accurate guess before I close down the guessing game. I gotta actually start checking the freaking document. Yeah, we gotta talk about Kit. Give me a sec, give me a sec. Actually, yeah, Savacom. Hello, cat. Can I help you? Are you bored? I am sorry that you are bored. Samus would run through here so fast, it would make you blink. Like, the whole game would be completed and you'd blink like, did I miss it? Did I miss it? Superman would just fly through the planet and destroy it instantly. Oh yeah, obviously Samus would also destroy the planet, but she'd at least, like, activate a self-destruct or something. Yes, that is my leg you're headbutting. I understand. I am sorry. Here, I tell you what. She's stuck in ball mode. Okay, 5 minutes instead of 3. Come on up. Come on up. Come on, you know what this means. Come on, I've launched my leg. You have 10 seconds before I give up on this. Okay. Okay, whatever, I don't care. Look, I don't have time to cater. You know, if it is a rare time when I'll let you in my lap. There you go. Come on. Come on, over here. No? Okay. That was your chance. No more lap. Ever again. Okay. Let's talk about kit, shall we? So we have most of the guns. In fact, I think we're actually only missing, what, one gun right now? Not counting the super gun, which we're probably not getting. Looks like we're actually missing two guns. Unless it's got the extra space thing, which I have to remind. So let's go down the list, shall we? So let's actually talk about this mechanically. This is me holding down the button. You can tell that because my tentacles are shooting, but nothing's happening. So this is a button masher. This is your lemons. They're fine. It's a decent enough long-range weapon, and it is functionally a pistol. But there's a reason I stopped using this as soon as I had any kind of better long-range option. I would say this falls under the wayside very quickly. And yeah, the fact that you have to mash, not a great feature. So, moving on. And the second thing we got was the Nova. This thing was useful for puzzle solving and never again. So, shoot, 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 shoot. You have to hit the button a second time. This is me rapid firing, for example. And this is me holding down the button. See? This is not a great gun. It requires very specific positioning to do any kind of damage. But yeah, this is a corners gun. I actually did use it several times to good effect. But yeah, it has too low of damage to really be viable in a game where the enemy health is this high. So, unique, but not very useful. This is the shotgun. This has been useful the entire playthrough, as shotguns often are. High damage, short range. That is exactly what a shotgun, in gameplay terms, should be. The concept of the shotgun, just like the revolver is a sniper. So, boom, big, nice AoE thing. It also goes through walls, as you can demonstrate there. So this is actually probably what I would say is our first truly good, well-designed gun. And we have this stupid thing. This thing sucks. I would honestly say that other than the one boss it was useful for, this is not a very good gun. It is essentially RNG as to where the secondary shots show up. It does very low damage. And even like with the secondary shots, all that really boils down to is a wide shot. And yeah, this would be the melee with ammo, specifically, to use that particular archetype. So, not impressed. The reflector. So this is fun. I will actually admit this is actually a neat gun. It's Gemini Man's weapon. It just you can have more than one off the screen at a time, and it does decent enough damage. I would say this is the pistol, the basic gun, plus, because it's the same thing. You have to mash to shoot. Can't shoot quite as rapid fire, but it keeps going for a while, and it can bounce and have all kinds of fun stuff. So this is actually not a bad pistol upgrade. I'll give this one something as well. Anybody who's watched this playthrough knows I've been using this constantly. Despite the randomness of it, the spread is so huge, and the lasers are sufficiently wide, I don't know if that's an upgrade doing that, that this has been great for basically every situation. By the way, this is the spread gun, to go back to the shotgun archetypes that Plutonia just mentioned. Yeah, let's give someplace a little more space. The only downside... correct, Sabagon. The only downside with this gun is it does not do a particularly large amount of damage. But it more than makes up for that. In range, I can't even show it. This thing hits off camera. I've actually shot this thing. I've shot enemies completely off the screen with this thing. And in the sheer ridiculous spread it has. If you're paying attention, it's very quick. Each shot actually splits. So it's like 2 shots, and then 4 shots, and then 8 shots, and then 16 shots, etc., etc. So this is a very useful gun. It is exactly what spread fire is supposed to be. It's the I want to hit the entire room button. So this is a gun, I guess. Yeah, this is trash. So I'm shooting here very specifically. If you look in the upper left, you see the range on this thing. This is a poor man's shotgun right here. It is the base gun with a tri-shot and no range. This is terrible. There's no purpose in this gun existing. Feathered Charge. Now this one's hard to show off properly in a contained space, but I think I'm doing a decent job. This is a fun gun. I actually did use this for a while because it does have plenty of actual use, in addition to being cool, because you can do stuff like... Hang on, make it a little higher. Ah! Like that. So I can hit things in a room above me by just yanking it around. That's all manual, by the way. If I just hit shoot, this is me just hitting the fire button. But you, as you can see here, have control over it after you shoot it. Yeah, this is very similar to the Swag Blade. Not quite as cool, but this is actually a pretty cool weapon. It's a nice big hit, too. You see the size of the hurt box on that thing. So, nice, big, fun gun. Definite plus in that. The lightning gun was a little bit disappointing for me. Because, so the lightning gun locks on. Like, pretend for a second that this, like, beam thing over here is an enemy. It would lock on and shoot at, like, an angle down to it instead. The problem is, A, its range is pathetic. There's its range right there. And B, it doesn't do a lot of damage because you have to sustain it. And C, it doesn't lock on as well as I would like it to. If this either A, was much earlier in the game, or B, had much better lock on. Like, imagine if you just hit this, it locks onto someone, and as long as you're holding down the button, it does not let go of that lock on. That would actually be useful, because what you could do is, like, lock onto someone and run away from them while the lightning is shooting behind you as you're trying to get away from them. Stuff like that, right? As is, it's an interesting idea that falls short. So these are shards. Once again, very short range, as I'm demonstrating there in the upper left. But this is your SMG in most games. It has incredibly wild, random chance of actually hitting the enemy, and it shoots very, very quickly. Also low damage. Honestly, in a game like this, I'm not sure this has a lot of use. If it had better range, or much higher damage, or higher rate of fire, something to improve it, I could see this as being like a short-range version of the Varange. But the problem is the Varange just outpaces it. As you can see, this is hitting the far left wall. And again, this will go off screen. Yeah, there needs to be more soft enemies for this to be worthwhile. Once again, a gun that would be more useful at the beginning of the game. The shards being a direct upgrade to the Disruptor would have made sense, instead of going from the Disruptor to the Nova. Come on, here we go. So then you got this thing. So this is the Disruptor, but random. I just want to stress, I'm not doing anything here. I'm just holding down the fire button. It just shoots wherever the hell it wants to. I actually kind of like the idea of this gun. It is, in fact, one of the only guns that I could use in the manner I described earlier, which is I can run away and it will periodically shoot behind me. I've actually done that before on camera, where I'm like, run, and yeah, like that one shot there would actually go behind me. Oh, that would have been cool. So, not a bad idea, but honestly, the problem is this is basically a wash. It's another interesting upgrade to the basic gun, which brings me to the Ion Beam. This should have been cool. Let me talk about the concept of the Disintegrate. I don't remember which game I first saw the Disintegrate concept in. Nowadays, I tend to think primarily of Diablo 3, which has several Disintegrate-style abilities in it. The Disintegrate is obvious. You channel a beam of destruction in front of you, and it moves with you, so you can do stuff like this. And you're just channeling that. Just... This is your Disintegrate gun, right? The problem with this gun is twofold. First of all, it's got decent range, but absolutely no penetration. So if there's a tiny dude or an armor thing or whatever right in that spot, it will not shoot through him. A gun like this needs to shoot through enemies. Second problem, and you'll notice I stopped using this pretty quickly after I picked it up, the damage is really low. So a gun you have to sustain while only hitting one enemy at a time with that narrow of a beam, that's not great. Flamethrower. You've been seeing me use this thing constantly. This is probably objectively the best gun in the game, barring the super weapons. This thing does high damage, has full piercing, completely ignores walls. As you can see, I can just shoot, through walls here. Stays with you. And you can do it any direction, and it's just this giant wave of infinite death. This is a weirdly good gun. The closest thing it has to a downside is when you're actively moving, it has, it has less of a range in front of you because you're moving with it as it's generating the flames. But this thing is crazy good. This is the metal blades of the game right here. This would have been another fantastic early game upgrade to the basic disruptor. Because it is a basic disruptor. It does the basic damage, and it shoots just a single shot right in front of you. But when you hit any kind of surface, it generates those things. And there are actually a lot of enemies, especially early game, that are just sticking to walls or sticking to platforms. So this would have been another excellent early game weapon to give the player and just give them something fun to play around with. Instead of, what was it, like Zone 3, I think, is where we found this thing? This probably should have been in Zone 1, along with the shards, I would say. So good, but misused. Speaking of, this thing is just whatever. So it's got decent range, and it's got piercing, but it's slow as hell, as you can see. This is my rapid fire here. And okay, I can get, if I find a tempo, I can go a little faster. But its attack vector is very narrow, and it's completely interrupted by walls. If you're paying attention, yes, this is yet another mutation of the basic gun. This is the basic gun with piercing. And yeah, enemies are too fast, and there's too many of them for this to really be useful on anything except for extreme niche cases. Data bomb. You know what I'm about to say. Of course, this is yet another mutator on the basic gun. It is the basic gun, except they explode on detonation. Honestly, this is another example of a gun that probably would have been pretty cool if we could have gotten it early in the game. I know I'm saying that a lot. But this kind of a thing, being able to shoot an enemy, for example, from below, might have been a little bit useful. Maybe being able to hit someone, I don't know. I don't know, I feel like the detonation of this needs to be doing some very serious damage to make this worthwhile. Because otherwise, it's just the basic gun, but also I can hit you in a slight AoE if I happen to miss. Firewall. This is Flame Man's weapon from Mega Man 6, straight up. I actually don't have much to say about this thing. This is Holy Water from Castlevania. I know I just called it Flame Man's weapon, but really. And Holy Water can be extremely useful for an enemy that doesn't move. There are not a lot of enemies that do not move in this game, and that's the problem. If there were more enemy types, which would take advantage of something like this, where they just stand there and have either high health or high armor or whatever, and you could just mash that under their face and they just burn, that might have actually worked. But yeah, that's also true. Holy Water is also a sub-weapon. This is not great. Distortion field. I actually haven't seen the distortion field in action yet. Let's see if I can go find something to shoot. Okay. So from that, it looks like this is the shotgun from earlier, except you hold it down instead of you shoot. That's not bad. A blade wheel. I know what you're talking about. Sustaining just damage in front of you. Effectively, that just becomes a melee weapon. Not a bad idea, really. So, okay, I'll give you that one. And finally, the turbine pulse. We've already shown this thing off. This is the slight spread fire. This is our 4th spread fire gun, by the way. But also, you can retain it in order to do another melee thing, like this. So, not terrible. I'm kind of with it. Apparently, the distortion field can also stun enemies. I am going to have to take your word on that, obviously. So, let's actually sit down and think about this. So that means quite a few of these guns are not good or actively a waste to pick up, like an actual straight-up downgrade to pick up. And if I'm being honest, I think that does deserve a negative. So let's go ahead and jot that down. Yeah, exactly. Freeze. Like that's the problem. That's a lot of weapons. That's about 20, it looks like, weapons. And yeah, they don't fit. There's ways these could have worked. I've been talking about that as we go. The ones that I think... So let's talk about positives. So we do have the basic gun. Hello. Okay. We've got the basic gun. We've got the shotgun. We have the bounce upgrade to the basic gun. We have the range spread. We've got the yo-yo. We've got the flamethrower. And we've got the distortion field. Yeah, I don't know, what are y'all feeling? What are y'all feeling on kit positives here? Oh yeah, and orbital discharge. I actually forgot about that one. Sorry, I did forget about this one. And I suppose the turbine pulse is also decent. I could feel a positive. There's at least some interesting design here, and some of the guns are legitimately interesting and fun to use. And, you know, fun is of course important, but what's also important is use. And there are a few. And there is quite a bit of variety, and that's a boss. So we're going to pause before we go to that boss. Hey, Dragon Player. Which one was the death corridor? You gotta remind, there's so many death corridors in this game. It's death corridors all the way down. I mean, yeah, I would agree with that, Peep Good Fate. We actually dinged GTA 5 for that exact problem, if you remember. Kind of, yeah, Blade Jamal. Oh, I'm sorry, Dragon Player. I know what you mean, though. Okay, boss time. What the hell is that? Fun fact, I cannot drone during this. I was going to drone during that transition phase to save myself some health. And done. Yikes. The theme of the Thief series? Okay, so keeping in mind, I've actually never played Thief 2 past, like, a few minutes in. And I've never played Thief 3 at all. Being thorough here. Having said that, I would say the theme of Thief 1 is actually very obvious. It's the significance of the little people. Uh-oh. We're getting back to the cancerous mounds. You know what that means. Yeah, there are several red spots in here, supposedly, so... Although... Oh, I see where I am. I actually had... I was at the wrong part of the map. Whoops, I'm stupid. Okay, so I'm actually here. I see where I am now. Okay. Okay. So let's go right and see if we can get lucky. There's also one last gun to pick up. Oh yeah, look at that. You see that up in the upper left there, Mr. Red? There's your cancer growing on the machine. I've done a lot of voice acting in my life, going back to high school. I wouldn't call any of it professional, but... I don't have any ideas. I don't know what to do here. The map is not helpful. Nope. Doesn't go through the wall. It is that, actually. You drag an enemy in here? Oh, there's more Mr. Red growths. This is just our life now. Okay. Come here. Come on in. No, come on in. Come on in. Come on, come on. Please, come down here. Okay. Oh. That's awful. Okay. I get it. Oh, goody, there's like bone growth. There's this cancer. Mr. Red, why are you spreading your influence all over the place? It is so gross. Yeah, no, I get it. I actually familiar with the Metroid 1 glitch. There's a lot of stuff in there, though, so let's... die, maybe, at this point. In fact, yeah, let's just die. Let's just die. Yeah, if you ever wondered what TikTok does to people, you just saw. Gulf of America. I found out that she is just chain watching shorts. Like, that's what she does for entertainment. She just watches shorts. I would not wish that on anyone. Jesus Christ, these things hurt. I am so sorry, Chillbang. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, so he's over there. Hey! Wow! How do I go down? There's a down here, too. Never mind. When in the ancient days the black-headed retreated from the world, when after days of war, the Carrion Wars... Oh my god, this is so weird. When in ancient days the black-headed retreated from the world, when, after days of war, the carrion birds circled, when graves were filled with the caskets, when the lone orphan plowed the barley, now at that time were the primordial patterns laid to rest, their masters banished. But just as the seeds of the next harvest are sown, so too did kings plot and plan for the next battle. Did they scheme and make secret dealings? Far to the east, where the sea and the mountains meet, is a cave dug out by the crashing waves. Here the kings conspired and set aside the greatest of primordial fires, Dinger Gispar. With its name as the key, it lays in wait till the day when the next masters of pattern again reap the harvest. Yeah, Dinger, yeah. Thanks, buddy. Bye. And yeah, that's how we get the flamethrower, the best weapon in the game. Makes sense. Go backtracking. Okay, there's 2 more red possible spots up here. Just need to keep an eye out for any CRTing. No, okay. That's wild. So, this is Mr. Red's lair, as you can see. Mr. has been redecorating. Oh, I'm sure. I guess we'll get that last weapon. God, the last weapon is after the next boss. Oh no, you're right, Random. You may or may not have noticed I've been deprioritizing Mound Shorts, and Mound Shorts were just Twitch clips anyways. I'm not sure I've seen any increase in any viewership anywhere from Shorts. People watch the Shorts, but that's it. And there's no benefit to people watching Shorts. Yeah, we're in the final dungeon, and I think the cancerous mass is... They started doing here. No, Shorts do not give ad revenue, at least not to me. Yeah, in the floor now. Just all kinds of gluck. And the walls look a whole lot like bone now, so that's gross. I told you, Guts levels are last dungeons. That's true in so many games. Even games that otherwise don't have that aesthetic. It's like, alright, last level, Guts level. And not the one from Berserk. Okay. Oh, you're right, I did miss that. Sorry. I'm more okay with lava levels. Projectile size increase. I'm not sure what all that affects, but I'm sure it's good for something. Oh yeah, TikTok people don't really make money on TikTok. They make money by convincing people to buy things from TikTok. Oh my god, it's the first boss! Demon. Wrong, it's me, Athetos. Oh baby! Demon, Athetos say kill. That was worth a try. Looks like I'm not actually trapped here though, so maybe I can just pass through. Oh, I kind of want to kill him, but at the same time, I have very little health. Maybe I should just give up on that. Ah, it probably resets its health. Oh, wow. Alright, whatever. I guess we are resetting our health. Next save point is way ahead anyways. Dodge these assholes. Did you notice that these are just the same enemies we've actually already fought, just with a higher health and attack rate? This goes back to what I was talking about with enemy design. God damn it! The lack thereof. And we're at half health again. Oh, come on, there's another one? Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that, Blade Taval. I actually looked up Berserk recently. I was not impressed. Maybe that's the wrong way to phrase that. Sorry. I don't want to speak ill of the most famous popular anime in the history of the universe. But I specifically am referring to the manga. I couldn't even tell it was Berserk at first. It's, old, is what I would call that. Yeah, just literally the visuals. Well, of course. I'll be right back. Come on, I just want to finish this game before lunch. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I figured it was worth a try. That killed me. God damn, that's like the 5th time I've died because I accidentally dashed. I'm just gonna go back to the frickin' flamethrower then. I mean, probably Mr. Ed, although I'm curious what it is. If you don't mind sharing. Ah, damn it! It's just the first boss with more damage. That's all it is. Okay, I admittedly have not heard of that one. I hate you, game. I hate you so much. I actually have an idea. Oh, I thought I had it. I actually stopped because I thought I had it. No! Ah. Whatever. Hey. Go away. No, Saddlecam. This has stopped being worth my time. I don't know what I get for killing that guy, and I don't care at this point. It has stopped being worth it. I don't know how to get over there. The map doesn't seem to indicate how to get over there. Oh, damn, there we go. That's funny, because I did that on accident. Somehow there's a new variant on Sudra, and he's working for the Rasalki. He's young. More importantly, he has the AD. You can still read this, kill him. He can undo everything we've worked for. I still haven't determined where he came from. If there's some alternate passage into the breach, we absolutely must find it. I'm going to make at least 2 new variants to deal with this. Well, there's your puzzle. And I am out of things. Actually, yeah, I can get up to the wall. I can get up to the wall. That's very anime, yes. There we go. You called it, Frieza. Reverse Slicer. This is the super optional weapon we get. Well, that's not true. This is the optional weapon. This is in the last dungeon. So we get a boomerang. Well, it does have wall piercing, so that's something. And I don't know what damage it does. Yeah, it's the cutter from Kirby, yeah. They don't appear to do a lot of damage, no. It's not noteworthily. Whatever. Oh my god, Mr. Red, could you stop with all the cancerous blork? Jesus. And we're dead. Why, yes, this is before the boss. Thank you for asking. It is possible. The secret world can be in that last area. God damn it! So, in case you're not seeing what's happening, when you get hit, you do a little knockback thing, you know, Ninja Gaiden style. And it interrupts your jump, and indeed, it actually disables your jump button for a second. Well, I made it here with, like, no health left. Okay. I don't really know a weapon that'd be better for dealing with these things other than the flamethrower. I was thinking that too, Dakota. There are several points in this game where I would love to just have an E-tank to recoup with. Now I'm low on health on two things. This happens so many times. The game just doesn't want me to take a lunch break. That's what it is. I haven't even started the audit yet. You know what this actually reminds me of? TMNT on the NES. I know I've said this before, but a lot of people point to that game, and the dam in that game is an example of punishing an unfair bad design. Sidebar. Not a lot of people know that the dam is actually literally programmed wrong. As in, your movement and your hitboxing is actually wrong in that section. No joke. People have ripped apart the code and proved it. Back on topic. The part I'll always remember about TMNT on the NES is not the dam. It is the last dungeon. I mean, yeah, there's much worse, but like the last dungeon, the Technodrome, is awful. I've actually never beaten that game because I never got past the Technodrome. I couldn't do it. And I tried. Back in the day, obviously, I never went back to it with save states and the like. So I didn't see any CRT stuff there. There's, looks like 2 last chances for CRT mode. Not seeing anything. Nope. No joy. Final boss time. Suppose I should lock down the guessing game. I'll let you get in one last guess, because I didn't give you a warning. I don't like to do that without warning you. I don't want to know what this nonsense is. I like the music. Sweet. I'll just go grab that super weapon there. Right. I should probably actually lock down the guessing game here. Okay. Alright. Let's see how this goes. Oh, yeah, we're definitely in the breach now. So, it's you. Yes, I have been wondering when you would come. It's been a long time since I've seen another human. What is this contraption you're in? Are you okay? It protects me from the pathogen. I previously used a much more portable device, but the Rusalki destroyed it. This ungainly machine merely prolongs my demise. Is it true you released the pathogen of the whole world, intentionally? Yes. Then you'd better do some explaining. If I tell you too much, your captors will have to kill you. But try this. Long ago, this world, Shudra, was the doorway to an unrivaled civilization. Like a port on the way to the greatest nation ever envisioned. But the port had a collapse. By the time I came, they barely remembered who they were. They regarded their own technology with superstition and religious reverence. When I first crossed the breach from Earth to Sudra, I was expecting to find enlightenment. Instead, I discovered they were using the breach to keep out the greater universe. In their superstitious culture, the outside universe is taboo. For this, I do not regret removing the main obstacle in my path. You'd resort to genocide just for that? Imagine millennia of scientific, cultural, technological progress. A civilization so advanced, our world is Paleolithic by comparison. That is what lies beyond the breach. Death, disease, war, famine. These could become things of the past. But the Sudrans were obstinate. This was the forbidden fruit. The loss of a single people balanced against the whole of humanity. What else could I choose? Well, you did it. You have the breach attractor now. Why don't you shut it down? The Rusalki were the flaw in my plan. They are masters of war. If I disable the breach attractor, I free them too. But Trace, with you at my side, we have a chance. Will you help me? Let me think about that for a bit. Okay, I thought about it. My answer is... Hell no, you self-righteous jerk. So be it, Jedi. Team spam, that's a good one. Whoa. Hello. Okay. Sorry. So, it appears I've lost. Elsinova, we did it! The breach is gone. I'm sorry, but there's one more thing I need to do. You're gonna kill him, aren't you? He can't do anything now, just leave him. Unfortunately, that's not a chance we can take. This was inevitable, Trace. Do not blame yourself. Athetos? So that's it. I'll never know if... I mean, what if he could have been redeemed? Trace, you are not him. He chose wrongly, not you. Now it is time for you to go home. Go home? As the clone of a mass murderer? What's even there for me? Do not worry, we have taken care of it. What's happening? I'm suddenly exhausted. Rest now. Perhaps we'll meet again sometime. Wait, please. As for what happened next... It was all just a dream! Actually, I have a theory of what's happening here. I was back. This was different. It was as if nothing ever happened. Laser lab pit still collapsed, but I was uninjured. And nobody else seemed to think that was strange. Yeah. I didn't stick around much longer. I tried to go back to my former life, but it felt wrong. I didn't know who I was anymore, or where I belonged. God, this is such a dark ending. My God. If I'm right. I had to go back to Sudra to find the truth of things. I started with what I'd learned there. I was determined to get to the bottom of it. This is all I had left. Dun dun dun. Okay, there's actually two possibilities there. One is time travel. The other is dark. Take your pick. I hadn't thought about the time travel thing until the eye flash. But let's go with the dark possibility first. The dark possibility is that, as gratitude for our service, what they did was they forced us into an eternal dreamscape. Right? Congrats! We're gonna send you home. And then we fall asleep, and we wake up back in Earth, and everything's fine, and we are mysteriously completely undamaged by the colossal destruction that happened right next to us during the detonation of the lab. And then we go and we live our life in a dream that they just put us into, and they just keep us in. And likely in real life, they just, yeah, they hook us up to a suit, Matrix style, and we just live out the rest of our lives in VR. So, that's option one. Option two is what Dakota already mentioned, that this is actually a stable time loop. They mentioned earlier, if you were paying attention, that we had met Athetos once before. He was kinder when he was younger, which is an interesting thing that they mentioned, because I was curious about where that was coming from. So, we show up, we go, we help stop Athetos, and then we're sent back to the past. This is assuming this is time travel. And then we have to get back no matter what it costs. So the reason we're undamaged in the past is because literally, we're probably a clone at that point. It's a new body, so of course we're undamaged. So we figure out a way to get back, we break our way through the breach into here, and we show up here in the past as Athetos, realize what's going on with the breach, unleash the genocide, blah blah blah, stable time loop, right? We never leave the loop. They do. Both of those are possible, and if I'm paying attention correctly, there's hints for both of those. For now, let me jot down some other notes. There is apparently a optional ending thing, which I don't know anything about. Me. Oh, hey, there we are. Dreaming. I'm telling you. Dream is the answer. That was my initial thought. They've already demonstrated they have control over the nanites in our body. Of course, they can just induce sleep. Final stats: 7,000 deaths. $13 hours, 10 minutes, 52 seconds. 77% items, 92% of map, 34 deaths. Is that it? Okay. Well, hang on. So what's speedrun do? Change difficulty, checkpoint HUD, web tracker, and leaderboards. Sure, let's see what this is. It's a checkpoint HUD. Blorp. Hang on, I gotta go get rid of Mr. Red's redecorating here. I mean, I'm down for this kind of stuff being baked into a game. There's a large amount of indie games that have baked in speedrunner or challenge mode options, and can I just say, yes. 100% in favor of. If I ever actually do make a game, yeah, right, I'm probably going to do something similar with it, regardless of what the game itself is, regardless of the genre. I'm curious what the checkpoint hub thing is. Okay, so I need the second gun for that. And that. Mr. Red, what did we say? No more glorp. Oh, right, this is the glitch thing. Glorp is always in. Okay, so gun. Look at all this red rock. Look at it. Look at it, Mr. Red. This is your legacy. Is it because I'm sucking, Dream Whisperer? It's because I'm sucking, isn't it? Listen, I know you hate me, Dream Whisperer. You don't have to be so mean about it. No, this is actually me. I am admittedly in a hurry, which is ironically why I'm playing worse than I was the last time I did this section. Ain't that always the way? I'm not seeing what this HUD thing is. It does seems to be doing the obvious stuff. Gets rid of cutscenes. And has the timer up on the screen. But I don't know what the checkpoint hub means. No. Speedrun mode exists. Moving on. It's counting down the timer here? Wow. So, randomizer. Well, we could set seed. Progression for new randomizer players. There's a special mode for players who want a different experience with each playthrough. Items are randomized, including secret world items, using vanilla item progression logic. Advanced. All items are randomized, including secret world items, using speedrun professional logic. Using low percent speedrun item progression logic. Yeah, no, that, yeah. And we also have, boss splits to show on the HUD. That is, you were absolutely right. Show the seed, show the text alignment, show map progression. Sure. Let's see what we get first. Probably a gun. Yeah, we actually talked about progression logic when we were showing off the LTTP rando, because you have to do a lot to make sure that a game is completable in a randomizer. Otherwise, it's simply too easy to end up in a situation where you get soft-locked through no fault of your own. Yes, I could have done this initially. I specifically decided not to, because I wanted to see the game first before I poked at these. So there's our item completion, 6%, and our map completion, 3%. That's interesting. I do like... Why isn't that an option in the base game? I would have loved that being an option in the base game. So let's repeat what we just did, suboptimally, because we suck. Thank you, Dream Whisperer, for pointing that out. Always gotta be punching down. I see how this is. I mean, it's actually true that for a long time, the best FF6 speedrunner in the world was a wonderful French gentleman who, I can't remember his name all of a sudden, but he was really cool. But yeah, it looks like the map is not randomized. I was curious about that, too. So you're probably wondering about those progression options, too. Those are, once again, good options. A lot of games have those kind of things as far as how the logic works. It's actually very simple. I'll use LTTP as an example. So one of the logic progressors is that anywhere that requires being able to see in the dark, you will not be able to... The game will not put any progression blockers past those unless it has already unlocked the ability to get the lantern for you. Make sense? In other words, it will consider the lantern mandatory in order to be able to... Well, that's an interesting choice. In order to be able to get to those things. Now, here's the thing. There's different types of logic, because that's basic logic. However, as anybody knows, and I showed off on camera, if you know what you're doing, you could just navigate in the dark. In which case, you could just bypass that sort of stuff. Now, that's breaking logic, and you probably shouldn't do that unless you really know what you're doing. But there is also the possibility to set that as an option for the logic. In other words, it will then consider it valid to put items you need for progression past dark rooms before the lantern. Oh yeah, then there's actually two types of door randomizers in LTTP as well. So the first is obvious. Each door is connected to a different door. The second is harder to explain at a glance, because the second one changes what each door goes to. And I know that sounds like the same thing, but it actually is not. The idea is, in the former random, every door connects to the other same door. So if you go in a dungeon, and it leads you to a townhouse, if you exit the house, you'll go back to the dungeon entrance. Make sense? But in true sanity, which is what that's called, if you go in the dungeon entrance, and then end up in a house, and then leave the house, it leads to somewhere else, because every door is randomized. Make sense? Those are some fun ones. Those require some very careful mapping. Back when we used to do those, we used to not do those very frequently, because those get nuts. I forget what's over here. Apparently nothing? I came this way for nothing. Hi, Evo. Do you like my caviar? I know you like seafood. So I got you some seafood. It counts, right? By the way, I can already say I was right. This is a great early game weapon. You sure it's made of blorp? Don't you want some blorp, Evo? Don't you want the blorp? Deja vu. I just failed to kill you earlier. I mean, he mentions he was going to go ahead and make 2 copies specifically to kill me. Yep, you were right. There it is. 5 minutes, 59 seconds to kill the first boss. And it just sits there on the counter. Drone! That's interesting. It makes sense, though. Drones can drill. You see the logic now, right? You need some way to attack at a non-literal angle, so there's only so many weapons that would qualify for that. You need some way to drill, so you could get the drill or you could get the drone. And there's the flamethrower. For those of you who don't remember, the flamethrower is effectively the best, weapon of the game. Yeah, someone write down that scene. I guess it's video evidence. I don't need to write it down. I just check the VOD. This is now, if I ever randomize this, I'm using this seed. Flamethrower. That's hilarious. First gun. Anyways, I'm not going to keep doing this, obviously. There's a respawn button on the rando, too. That's also a common thing. Why are all these quality of life features only in the randomizer mode? Was this game built around randomizer? Was this patched in? I'm actually really curious. Okay. Yeah, it feels patched in. Anyways, I hope this is a good run for Frieza and Rex on the VODs. It's just taking up there. Oh, that's kind of big. Why is that so big? Why is it so big? Ah! What? It's strange. I did have some fun, some of the later game doldrums aside. I've almost got it. Just a bit more. Who's there? Athetos? There's no use running from your own self. Time to wake up, Trace. What? That's the post-credits? Okay. That's random as hell. And makes more sense in the dream concept I mentioned earlier. Well, here, have a real speed run. While I do some wake. This is Bluey Lewis. 5 years ago. Wow. Yeah, exactly. Wake you up from the dream. I would ask if Axiom 2 follows through on this, but I kind of don't want to know. So don't actually answer that question. It's fine, Frieza. So yeah, speedrun mode, obviously. Here you go, Dream Whisperer. This is for you. Someone who's actually good at the game. I don't think Axiom 2 is even on the list. I don't think anybody's added it. I'd be down, for the record. This is definitely getting the first game tag. There's a lot of elements of it that feel very first game. Feel like someone's first attempt at making a game. That's what that means. It's that definition of the phrase. Oh, save reloads, huh? Okay. Alright, first boss time. Interesting strategy. I do like less blorp. Sorry, Mr. Red. Glorp has been cancelled. Can someone do me a really quick favor and do 11 divided... Yes, 11 divided by 60. Tell me what that is. Please. Just save me some time here while I'm trying to multitask. Because I'm already into my lunch break. Thank you for the donation, Dream Whisperer. I will add Axiom Verge 2 to the list. Hi, Czar. Here's a strange question. I know some people are going to have some very disagreeing and variant opinions here. Well, we don't know, Savicom. We don't know. However, that spoiler thing at the end, the 100% completion thing, seems to me to indicate it was, in fact, the dark ending, the sleep ending. God damn it. Excuse my language. All right, okay, I want to jot down this, too. I do hope everything's alright, Zara. Okay. This is such a wild game to cover, too. I can see why... I'll talk more about this at the end, but I can see why it kind of renovated Metroidvanias, you know? Well, that's a strat. Same basic thing I did, with a little more precision. Because I was just screwing around. I didn't know you could actually do what I did. If anything, I would say this is a good game. We'll see if the score follows that through. And as a consequence, it reminded people that, you know, Metroidvanias exist, or reminded people that there's demand for them. Congrats, Spartan. You can now play the game in an objectively worse way. Alright. I don't know if that's true. I shouldn't say that kind of thing jokingly. I apologize. Am I even close to it, Frieza, in terms of the plot? Like, I pay attention. That's sort of my job. But honestly, I noticed that a lot of the plot was very Kingdom Heartsy, backloaded. That's the wrong way to phrase that, but you know, most of the plot didn't really actually happen until pretty far in. That's what I mean by that. Actually, I have not Spartan, but I do understand how it works. I actually did it for the review run, if you remember. Oh my god, Savicom. It is now my job. It is my professional obligation to get you the Pixel Remaster of FF5 so you can play that game without it sucking. you know, the Resolve are clearly all that's left. In fact, if you want to go really dark with the dream ending, there's a non-zero chance. Whoops, I just screwed off. Shoot, hang on. There's a non-zero chance that there's no actual people left, right? They all died from the pathogen, which means no one's going to benefit from the existence of the war machines that are still there. Husk World, I think, is what that concept is called. Loud. Oh, yeah, I think you're right, Frieza. Sorry, it's taking me so long. Usually I do this exact step I'm doing right now off camera. Weirdest song in the game. I was waiting to see my opinion on this one over time. It never grew on me. Okay. I generally ignore that kind of stuff, Czar, unless it's okay. Case by case. Everything is case by case. However, for something like this, a bonus optional thing is just kind of whatever. Getting a slightly different ending, and I do mean a very slightly different ending, or having done 100% is whatever. We actually covered that in Breath of Fire too. Now, some games have ridiculous requirements to get to the true ending. And of course, I can't think of one off the top of my head. Gotta love that save warping. FF10 too. Oh, FF10 too. I will ding FF10 too for it. Because FF10 2's requirements are stupid. It's not just do everything, it's do everything, no really, which not only mandates a second playthrough, but it's extraordinarily easy to screw up. And that's the clincher right there. Even with a guide, it is possible to screw up getting all of the stuff in FF10-2. Because it is so precise in what it requires. And in some cases, it is literally time wasting, where you just have to stare at a screen for X amount of time. Okay. To see the true ending, Spartan. No branching narrative to speak. A lot of story stuff doesn't apply to a game like this. Camera work, cutscenes, not really. Consequent storyline telling doesn't exist. Cutscene incompetence, no. Dialogue, fine. Doodads, no. Empty text, no. That's a strategy. By the way, this is what you can do when you combine technology with Blorb. That was Mr. Red 3, if you were paying attention. Listen, Mr. Red, it's not my fault that your conversation pieces are literally trying to kill me with giant space lasers. Although I guess it actually is your fault, so never mind. That is a good question, Blaytel. I'm actually quite curious about that. Probably Dream Whisperer. There was a lot of speedrun categories for this game when we got there, or when I was looking at it. How replayable do you think this game is? Please remember that things like speedrun mode and randomizer do not really factor into that. They get their own distinct positives. Yeah, I always have to remind people of that because obviously those things do add to replayability, but that's why they have their own categories. Did I already ding the sound design? I did not. I'd be curious to hear how your playthrough goes for yourself and what optional weapon you get, assuming that is a thing that you're gonna go for. You're actually looking at it. 30 minutes, 26 seconds. Now, this is any percent, so kind of, asterisky. Depends on the category, really, is what that boils down to. If you want to know another category, I can look that up. That's a strategy. He's using the drill. Do you see that? Wow. You know what? I can see that, Plutonium. That's a good question. I've really fallen behind on GDQs, mostly because of depression. So I'm not actually sure. Does anyone know if they've ever run this at GDQ? Like, surely they have, right? It's Axiom Verge. It's been around for 10 years. Okay, 2021 they ran it. Was that SGDQ or AGDQ? Out of curiosity. $20 years ago. That's really impressive. Playing a game 5 years before it came out. That's an interesting thing. What? I happened to glance down from my spreadsheet for just a second to see whatever he just did. Yeah, that's a wrong warp. Entered a warp zone in the wrong way. That is the definition of a wrong warp. Oh, you actually have to fight it in this version. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, maybe because of the wrong warp, maybe because it's speedrun mode. I don't know. I mean, a lot of games do from Falkenstein. And yeah, this is a built-in speedrun mode, so it wouldn't surprise me if there's something extra in this mode to accommodate that. I think that's everything. Yep. With one exception. No, that actually sounds about right. Never mind. Okay, so that is plus 10 to gameplay. Okay. Can someone type exclamation mark next really quick, please, just for me? Oh my god, that killed the bot. It was me! It was me! That's funny. That is actually legitimately funny. You moited it! Okay, thank you. That's an interesting way to go through that. No. Wait, he's still standing. What? No, this is definitely me. You could tell by the YouTube thing saying this is Bluey Lewis doing the any percent world record. I am just that good. I can do it while doing the audit. Hmm. Yeah, it sounds about right. I mean, I've heard a lot of people say it was a good idea to start having speedruns in the background while I do the audits. I don't know if that's true or not, but I've heard it a lot. What in the world? What? Uh-huh. That I could do, maybe Mega Man. Is he even gonna fight the one boss? That's the end of the... We're almost at the end here. The bird boss that people are asking about. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to. Doesn't look like he's going to fight any more bosses, actually. Yeah. Just skip ahead a little bit here. Oh, right before this is what I wanted. I want to see how he handles this room. Okay. See, I should have just thought of that. Jesus Christ. Look at that. Probably doesn't fight this guy because he's optional. This is any percent after all. Yep. Okay. How does he fight those things? Why would he fight them? Final boss. That's an interesting strategy. He's dashing into it, resetting his dash with the shotgun, which is also hitting it while he resets into it. Yeah, drill canceling to do it as quickly as possible. What? I guess that makes sense that you could do that. Wait, ah! What's main? What's main, Mr. Red? Yep. Cancel. Huh. Okay. I'm just gonna delete that really quick. Thank you for pointing that out. Final score. +7 to story. Interesting. Doesn't really show up till the end of the game. Some neat ideas, but again, it's very Dark Soulsy, so there's only so much to dissect there, and it's fine. There is 0.5, that's 0.5 pluses per hour, and a ratio of 100%, because there's nothing really wrong with the story. Gameplay, +10. That is actually below average for a Metroidvania. That is 0.8 positives per hour, still pretty good density, and a ratio of 61%. And that's where it kind of falls off. There are a lot of negatives which offset a lot of the positives, which makes sense. Rough early game, blah, blah, blah. Give us our final golden number of, drumroll please. Now let's see, who won? Who won? Who won? Who did win? Oh, here we go. Yeah, no, that's about right. 32. Or, no, wrong. 36. Sorry, I was reading a 32. 36.31. And I believe that goes to Plutonia. So congrats, Plutonia. And that sounds about right. I actually called that, if you're remembering earlier. I said this is going to be about a yellow. It is a generally good game. Yeah, Plutonia just changed it down to 32. So that's going to the Thief block, Ghetto Survivor, and Plague Tale Requiem. Yeah, no, this is exactly what I was honestly expecting from it. It is a generally good Metroidvania, and one that is fun and interesting and has a lot of flaws and mistakes made in it because, you know, it's a first game. I am giving this game the first game tag. The story is interesting. The layout is interesting. There's certainly a lot going on, and I look forward to seeing it being continued at some point because apparently Verge 2 has nothing to do with this. And I wouldn't mind doing a playthrough of Verge 2 if and when we ever get there. I'm going to go have lunch, and we'll go ahead and start Goodbye Volcano High when I come back. So late start. See you next time.